Hello, and welcome to another month of the Abusecartoons Livestream. So we are back for April, right in the middle, right on tax day. So I'm sure everyone is busy collecting receipts, but we will get this done regardless. There we go. A little memory lag here. Yeah, I've got an impending Windows restart, like an update restart. So hopefully that the machine doesn't force that to happen while we're live. I didn't think to just do it overnight. But we'll see. Oh, that's right. I already had some idea here for the little 3 cups deal. All right. So I hope everyone is doing well. It's been a quite a bizarre season. Very crowded with tourists, and very cold and rainy. So everything started late as far as like the cherry blossoms, and there's still some around now, but they're getting washed away by some pretty vicious cold rain. Some heavy wind and cold rain. Not fun. Let me... Hello? Wow. It does not like having these files open. I might have to change my... I think all the settings carried over, but it really feels like... Or maybe I'm just... A hard drive is more full than I realized. Something like this. Yeah, so everyone is doing well. I'll keep an eye on the chat here. Hey, Vero, how's it going? Doing the April thing. And I'll show you guys when we go to look at the archive. It appears that all the comments, I'm not sure if they're in the process of restoring these, but all the comments are gone from the previous version. I don't know if that's intentional, if they wanted to kind of refresh things, or they just, couldn't migrate the data. But it looks like we're starting from scratch. Still got the subscribers, but we don't have the... don't have any of those old comments. So it'll be less fun to go back and read the old ones. So I guess we're just going to be, looking at what was posted on the previous month. So that was surprising. Let me space these out a little bit. I'll just make these maybe like red solo cups. But I haven't heard. I haven't gotten an update on what they plan to do. I think I'm going to put a little ball hiding. Yeah, very laggy. Okay. And a little bit bigger. I'm going to regret that because of the drop shadows. There we go. And then I think I'll put a little ball in there. Oh yeah, and I don't think I put it on the notification text, but yeah, there are snacks. There are Japanese snacks. There wasn't really a theme. I was looking at the convenience store, and they didn't really have anything that just have him peeking out maybe a little bit. Oh, there we go. Yeah, there wasn't anything great as far as things all being the same, but it does seem like this crunchy thing, like putting cookies and puffed rice and stuff in inside chocolate continues. So I'll show you that. All right, and we'll do a little orange kind of ping pong ball. There we go. Hey, Carolina, how's it going? Good to see you. Oh, nice. Vero's got some babysitting going, and I've got some cartoons I got to catch up on. Actually, I think this is today's, so we'll be on schedule. I'll upload this. Is that white? That looks weird. Is it 100%? Yep. Weird. Upload this right after we get this done. And we'll be all up to date. But yeah, the new website design is nice. Although I think I was complaining about this on the weekly. It no longer can use my default size. Like originally when I was doing these, they had a totally different website. This is maybe 2 generations ago in the early 2000s. and they were just asking for a little JPEG, a little 600, and I like that because then it's not printable. Like people can't download it and print it. But the new specs are much higher, and they're even higher for print syndication. But I'm only digital, so I decided to update all of that stuff. Anyhow, but yeah, that's thousands of JPEGs that need altered. So it may take a while. There's a certain amount of automation I think I can do. But we'll see. I'll put the little ridges on the cups. That's light enough not to interfere with the oh, you can barely see that. Eyes and stuff. So yeah. So that's good. I'm glad that they're still putting money into things. They had a bunch of good people. My original editor left the company. She'd been there forever. So I was hoping it didn't mean that things were changing too much. But it doesn't appear so. And here, there we go. Nice. Yes. Yeah, it's a random thing. I just have to fit it into my schedule. I really have to it's difficult during the week. So yeah, I should do some bigger announcements. But it's nice when it's intimate and there's not so much of an audience because I just need to get these done. And the channel that this is on, the original channel, is not monetized or anything, so it doesn't matter how big the group is. It's just a fun hang, and it's something that motivates me to actually, get these done during the week or during the month. There we go. Yeah, this used to be a weekly thing. Hard to believe, but yeah, it just didn't. After doing that for a few years, like 5 years, I think, almost, as weekly, still didn't get monetized. So it's like, well, let's just. Oh wait, let's do this. Have them suspiciously looking at this guy. There we go. Because aside from the the subscription on Go Comics, yeah, this is not doing anything but getting the cartoons drawn. So, and that's been it's been its purpose since 2015. I think I started it. No, it could have been that long ago. 2019. So it's been a few years of the stream, and I've had throughout that time I've had a few different ideas. I was doing movie stuff, talking about movies, and drawing cartoons, and then talking about a movie. Yeah, that was it was just fun. I think that was just too much recap, not enough discussion, and too much recap. There we go, and we need some eyes on this little guy. But that was fun because that was at a time when I was really enjoying a lot of the indie stuff that was going on, or the smaller budget stuff. All that stuff is just not even allowed in theaters anymore. I'll just do one eye, so he's very cautiously peeking out. There we go. So I'll take this one to completion so I can upload it while we're still on. Yeah, so what I'm saying is this cartoon is its own reward. It's been my only creative, consistent creative output for a long time. All right. And a little bit more. Yeah. And actually, let me save this. Yeah, so should be okay. Yeah, not being able to start this before it's well after midnight in most of North America is not ideal. All right, there we go. Okay, so this idea was like an object permanence joke. A game that only drunk people can enjoy. Yeah, nice. Oh, right, because the solo cups, it becomes beer pong, doesn't it? That's right. I was just thinking of the, find the ball underneath the 3 cups, but I guess that's like more paper cups. Once you change it to red solo cups, and so that makes it a huge, that ping pong ball is maybe a little out of scale. But I want it to at least be easily visually seen. He should have a he should look at a little more plastic. Come on. As well. A little bit up there. What? There we go. Yeah. There we go. Okay. The missing ball. Yeah, I guess it is going to skew towards beer pong, isn't it? Just by the color of everything. Finding, does that game have a specific name? Oh, 3 a.m. Carolina. Whoa, yes. Very, very late. Yeah, and there's no way to do it other than that. So yeah, announcing it may not help much. I guess maybe in like Europe and Asia. All right, let's see. Let's see if there's a name for that. Yeah, cup and ball. Shell game, that's right. I've heard it called a shell game before. Yeah. Shell game, cups, bottle caps, shells, and one thing underneath. Wikipedia has a whole entry on the shell game. That's funny. So sleight of hand transfers between cover. And then you bet on where it is. Wow, yeah, there's a lot of variations. So, yeah, I need to definitely get this away from thinking it was a beer pong. Or it's a game of beer pong that turned into a shell game. Let's see. So the consensus was that none of them was hiding the ball or the smart money. Smart money was on none of them hiding or containing. It still doesn't. Oh, shoot. Yeah, I think it's the going with the solo cup look that leads. It only goes one way. But I guess it's kind of also an American thing, too. Or so this was a violation of the rules. It was not. Let's see. Also known as Thimble Rig, 3 Shells and a Pea, and the Old Army game. Yeah, for public gambling. Yay, public gambling. Uh, Yeah, for the game to work, they all had to be confident or look confident. Yeah, let's just go with the smart money. It'll reinforce the the public betting. At least smart money was on none of them containing a ball. Yeah, instead of trying to build in some extra information that may not help very much. There we go. All right, let me see if my my action key is still set up correctly. Yes. It is. Okay, cool. So let me save this, and I'll just put this on the server, and we'll keep going. Let's see. Are we in? Oh, we're on the weekly. Let's get this in the right place, and we'll be good. Yeah, it's the files aren't. I thought they'd be much bigger at this larger resolution, but they're not too bad. They go from like 40 to 50 to 400 to 500. It's 10 times, I guess, and that multiplied by 2,000 or thousands. I'm probably going to regret that, but could be worse. Okay. And it just, looks so much better on this site. Because the page was just, scaling them up, and they were so blurry from anti-aliasing. All right, and just to make sure we didn't... Cool. All right. Yeah, thanks for hanging with me at this ungodly hour. Oh, nice. Let me see. Where I've got to find where that is, don't I? Yeah, that's right. We got to replace some of those dated emojis as well. There we go. Oh, cool. So, yeah, so everything is being copied over on the other channels as well. That's cool. All right. Yeah, you can see them on the on the YouTube chat, but not in the where it's copying it over. It's just giving the command for that emoji. All right, so that is done, and I'll quickly upload that. Yeah, so we'll see what happens with all of these resized cartoons. Hopefully people will discover them again. Yeah, that was a strange move to if they were going to delete all of that. But I bet that, they probably had a lot of moderation, because they had a whole like flagging system and everything. So they probably had a lot of moderation and stuff that maybe wouldn't have transferred. So they just thought it was easier not to do it. Oh yeah, so these are between 5 and 5 and 600K. So a little bit more than half a megabyte. There we go. Yeah, so I don't have that I guess I should maybe put those lower res ones up somewhere else. Or maybe I can like upload those to do an archive on social media, Instagram or something. All right, so let's keep going. Yeah, the solo cups, Vero definitely made it look like a beer pong. Yeah, it's a good default cup though, because paper cups are getting more and more rare. At least here they have a lot of disposable. They still do paper cups for like public drinking. Like they don't have water fountains as much here, but they'll have like like the water cooler kind of deal. And those always have little paper cups. Yeah, and you don't see. So literally the very first thing I drew for this cartoon, the kind of first doodle that became domestic abuse, was a styrofoam cup, a little white styrofoam cup. But I don't think those exist anymore. I think those have, along with plastic straws, been relegated to, the unsustainable resource use. Yeah, everything used to be, your fast food, like your takeaway Chinese, and even like McDonald's and things, the burgers. I think it was the Big Mac and stuff that used to be in a clamshell. It used to be in a styrofoam clamshell. And McDonald's, because they, do such huge numbers, they're the first ones to have to respond to that, to government, changes, or just, kind of virtue signaling of, look, we're not so evil. We buy all the beef and potatoes in the Western Hemisphere, but we're not evil. All right. Yeah, so a little guy like this, and this won't be part of the cartoon, but with a little pencil through him like this was the very first cartoon that I drew for this series. But I think we'll do a paper straw joke. All right. Yeah, I'll try something like that. Yeah, but I guess they're because whatever they have to do to make the paper straws waterproof for long enough is not working well for making them. Just because they're paper doesn't mean if they haven't been coated heavily that they're not. They don't they don't biodegrade well because they're water resistant. So I guess they're going to try to switch to some sort of bioplastic. That'll be, geez, this is a mess. Let me get in here. Yeah, that's a real mess. And I guess the first ones, or some of the first ones, were poisonous or carcinogenic. Whatever they used to bind the paper. They're like, whoops, I guess we shouldn't have done that. And paper straws reminded me so much of, so is that the right scale, or should the straw be bigger? Yeah. They remind me so much of pixie sticks. Those were just paper, like literally just, I think, wax coated paper, because on the outside they weren't coated at all. But those little folded over paper straws, or like wrappers, almost, they're like straw wrappers, that just contained like flavored sugar. When I get a paper straw, I can't help thinking of pixie sticks. All right, let's come up with a good creepy paper straw color. Yeah, it's really funny. Japan has the image of being very thoughtful about the environment and very because they've always been a very paper culture. But it's funny because they use disposable chopsticks instead of washable like stainless steel or plastic ones like China and Korea. And everything is individually wrapped just because of the culture of hospitality, like giving someone a little snack or something with their tea or whatever you serve them. Things have to be individually wrapped. So that's 10 times the plastic. So even though they've got this image of, caring about the environment, they need nuclear power. They use a lot of, everything's wrapped in plastic. So it's very funny. It's very, like a lot of things here, very much a contradiction. And nobody really, brings up the hypocrisy of it. Yeah, the thing I do not understand is their hatred for trash cans in Japan. I think because of the gas attack in the 90s, they see it as the source of all domestic, terrorism. If someone's going to do something bad, it's going to involve a trash can in public. So they just are not, they're just, and they're even posting signs that saying for safety reasons, we're no longer having this trash can. And a lot of them like right by vending machine. What's going on here? Right by vending machines and stuff. So it's very annoying to not have any place. You just have to carry around plastic bottles and cans, aluminum cans with you all day because there's so few places. And it used to be that all convenience stores had a set of the, separated trash cans out front. Not anymore. There's hardly any place to throw stuff away. It's very bad for the tourists because the tourists they're not going to try very hard to put things in the right place. All right. So a styrofoam cup with a U. Oh, that is a U. And a paper straw. We're what? We're resource. I'm sure there's some like really horrible term, industry term for that, like resource neutral or sustainably neutral. So had different. So are they opinionated? Or agreed on something on much? Oh yeah, so Carolina, yeah. So the cans are just going away. So what people do, and even some Japanese people do, they'll very neatly like line cans and bottles up near the vending machines or someplace kind of out of the way. They don't just like throw them in the gutter, but you're starting to see more and more, and you'll see things left. Like if you go in the elevator, and there's a large like up and down elevator, and there's that first like flat area before the incline starts. People would just put stuff there and just drop stuff. I'm starting to see like wrappers and cans and stuff just left there, just because there is nowhere to put them. And the worst thing to deal with is a Starbucks cup because that doesn't have a recycling. So you're just throwing it away the same way you throw away any other random trash, and those cans are even more rare. You'll sometimes see PET bottles and can recycling bins near vending machines, but as far as just being able to throw anything away, it's not easy. So, and you don't want to have to throw away, like as a tourist, some people from Southeast Asia and China come here with shitty clothes that they want to get rid of, just clothes they're going to travel in. They buy new clothes in Japan, but there's nowhere to get rid of their old clothes, so they just end up leaving them in the public bathroom stalls or in their hotel rooms or whatever. It's very strange. Let's put a little texture on the cup while I'm trying to think of what this is all about. Yeah, but they're just not answering they're not trying to solve the problem. They're just saying, well, we can't do this. So it's like, okay, well, then what? It's very strange that they're saying, this is not okay. We need to make it safer by having less trash cans. Oh, and I guess probably it's just the, cleaning staff, like street cleaning and train station cleaning, working 10 times harder to pick up everything that people are dropping. Because Japan is very much like Disneyland, in the way that there's so many people, there's so much like staff walking around cleaning things constantly, that if you drop something, it gets taken away pretty quickly. But, the number of people like just dropping things on the ground is going to become higher and higher with the frustration of, there's literally no place to put it. Yeah, so you basically like camping or whatever, like backpacking, you have to have some little bundle with you that's just your trash. That's just not something that a lot of tourists are going to be willing to do. Yeah, so if they want, good manners, good etiquette, you've got to make it a lot easier than it currently is to deal with random trash. Just because everything is in a plastic bottle, aluminum can, or a paper cup. So yeah, that's a really weird thing. So I wonder with the expo, I guess that's a ticketed indoor thing, so they can have more public trash cans. But yeah, on the streets they're really hard to find. It's a problem. They created a problem that they're not even kind of willing to solve. It's very odd. All right, a styrofoam cup and a paper straw. Or yeah, kind of canceled each other out. Oh yeah, sword fights with pixie sticks. Yeah, I remember that too, Vero. That's awesome. Yeah, all that old candy. That's funny. I'm sure the recipes on all that stuff have changed so much with all the new kind of, fillers and chemicals that they figured out how to make candy do different things. And also like the requirements, like didn't America finally have to give up its yellow dye number 5 or whatever? So things won't be as yellow, but they'll cause less cancer. So that's that's a net positive, right? Okay. Oh yeah, we're working at what is that expression? If I can't think of it, it's probably not common enough. Dual purposes, conflicting purposes. We're doing as much as they. What is that expression? To be something at odds, but yeah, conflicting purposes. What is that? Yeah, there's a better expression for that. Yikes. I think I stumbled onto some management speak or something. Yikes. Oh, well, yeah, there will soon both be relics. of disposable disposable packaging. I don't know. Okay, so they are unlikely. Rare and unlikely. Carbon neutral. Yeah, I don't think it's about the energy spent for those paper straws, because that cannot be easy to cannot be a cheap and easy process. Had stopped doing their part, were not oh yeah, so like an unlikely couple, like an odd couple or unlikely pair. Her self-awareness. We're not. Let's see. We're kind of two ends of the same, solving the same problem. Let's see. A styrofoam cup and a paper straw. Had zero awareness and zero effect on the environment. Just unlikely pair is not enough. So with a styrofoam cup with a paper straw was both a unsustainable and unself-aware. God, no. I'm back in the it takes forever to write these phase. Gonna be May-December. Early days and later days. We're not helping much of anything, kind of canceling each other out. We're not... Maybe if I want to make them specifically unaware of the situation. Yeah, maybe the styrofoam cup and paper straw. Or unaware they were unlikely. Yeah, maybe unlikely. again. Yeah, that's probably, yeah, or unlikely to see each other again. They're both going away, so I think that works. We're unlikely to see each other, 2 words. Oh, why is there a space here? Again. Okay, so both because they're disposable and also because they're not being used anymore. So the styrofoam cup and paper straw were unlikely to see each other again. Okay. Styrofoam. Oh, it wants me to capitalize it. Sure. I guess that's a brand name. Yeah, because it's polystyrene, so I think it's, yeah, styrofoam. I need to put a little R in a circle after it. Registered trademark of the styrofoam, probably like Dow Chemicals or something. So the styrofoam cup and paper straw were unlikely to see each other again. Single use friends. Single serving friends. All right, there we go. So what's next here? Something easier to write than that one. Matt, hey, how's it going? Keeping you up, Matt. Thanks for saying hi. Yep, doing a late night cartoon draw. Yeah, I had all kinds of fun stuff to do today. So yeah, so I should mention the funny thing that I have to mention every year. So April 15th, it wasn't supposed to be, but it is my wedding anniversary, my wife's birthday, and American Tax Day. All at the same time. Super easy to remember now, but super like conflicted. It's like having your birthday on Christmas. It's like, ugh, okay. So we never do much for our anniversary, or we never do much for her birthday. Like we kind of just choose one every year. For a while, I was trying to do both. Like, she'd have like, oh, this is a more romantic present. This is more, something you would like present. But that didn't last long because that gets expensive. And then I'm, worrying about taxes, finding all my receipts and stuff. It's funny. Yeah, so we were supposed to, because of the scheduling of the ceremony, and it's just the ceremony. We were actually married on paper like a long time before that. But the ceremony was delayed a week. It was supposed to be April 8th, but it got moved to the next Saturday, which is the 15th. So, and the funny thing about that as well is in Japan, the old thinking, kind of the old traditional thinking, is a woman is, spoiled, is left over if she's not married by 30. So my wife literally got married minutes before she turned 30, which is pretty funny in Japanese. In the whole weird old-fashioned Japanese sexism. It's pretty funny. She just beat it. It was like Mission Impossible. There was like this countdown as the ceremony was progressing. Is she going to do it? Is she going to do it? I guess I'll do this bigger. Oh, wait. I've got a brush size problem, don't I? There we go. Yeah, there we go. Oh, nice. For 2 of those, yes. Yeah, the combination is insane. Very, very insane. And it's just like, yeah, we just had to do it because, that's how it worked. And people had bought their plane tickets, like family was coming and things. So we couldn't play around like, oh, that's not a great day. But yeah, it was the date we had to make work. Yeah, so I didn't even think. I wonder if that ended up being a little bit weird, like having to get your taxes done early to go to a wedding in Japan. Kind of a pain in the ass. But it was perfect timing seasonally. It was really beautiful. There's still the cherry blossoms and everything. The weather was perfect and everything was very, very nice. So June weddings would be insane I think a lot of people in the U.S. do that because you're guaranteed better weather. Spring can be rainy, but a June wedding in Japan must be, you'd have to have it all inside. It's just so humid. You can't wear suits, comfortably in Japanese summer. Oh no, but June is the rainy season. That's right. Yeah, that's why there's also no June weddings, is because that's the month of torrential downpour right before the summer heat. So yeah, I don't think anybody gets married in June around here. It's a lot of spring and then fall stuff. Those are probably the busiest seasons. And spring because it's the renewal season, so starting anything new, a job, school, or a marriage, I guess, would be appropriate in April. Yes. So what are we doing here? Anytime I draw odd little blocks, I end up calling them cheese or cushions. Let's try to think of something more specific. What was something I was just complaining? I've been really frustrated with how poorly, and maybe it's just, maybe I'm genetically or whatever, biologically and not made to be using smartphones, because I've got like a flat, wide thumb, and so I can very it's not easy to tap a very small spot on something. And so for most smartphones, the app design is so bad, so that now all the functionality, they're not doing back buttons, they're not even doing hardware buttons anymore. It's all gestures, and so swiping to the side of the screen and swiping up and holding and swiping and doing all this stupid stuff. But the apps, and then basically your Android OS or your Mac OS, have such overlap because it's not the same people designing them, and they don't think about things. So there's some functions where you want to scrub a video. You can't do that because where the little, you'd have to wait 10 minutes into a video or whatever to scrub it, because at the beginning you're triggering the swiping next, gesture on your phone. There's so many weird overlapping gestures now that it's, within millimeters of where you need your finger to go. And I have weird, I often get it detecting me pushing two places at the same time. So I get a lot of pinch and zoom accidentally with just one finger. And that's very frustrating. There's so much stupid workaround you have to do just because things are so poorly designed. It just is amazing that we're, enduring enduring that endlessly. Just people that can't do their fucking jobs. And it, we see that in computers, the software and the operating system in computers as well, things just not cooperating. I was struggling at the beginning of doing this stream, back in 2019. There was so much that wouldn't let me use my tablet in Windows because the company that makes the tablets didn't, pay the honorarium or the bribe or whatever that Microsoft needed to have their software, if authenticated in Windows, or I forget what they called that back in the day. But yeah, you basically had to have the bugs worked out and the conflicts solved with your software, so that Windows wouldn't be fighting with it. And they had just released something called Inkspace or something, which was for their tablets and touch screens, was a pressure sensitivity thing. And so the software for the tablet and that were constantly, screaming for dominance. And so there were some times where I was basically using a expensive, very sophisticated tablet with really really high sensitivity and all these extra features in that software, but it was being overwritten by this brand new garbage, very simple software that Windows had included. So it's, and I'm sure there's a way to go in, on the system level and, take things out and make them solve those conflicts. But just the time it would take to do that is insane. That's a really unnecessary thing. Or just, that would be even something asked of you for paying money for all of this software. We didn't say in the user agreement. We didn't say it would be functional software. We just said it would be our best attempt. No, I won't start talking about that. It's funny, but it's maybe we'll get too political. But I totally missed that. I missed it when it happened, and it's so like a iconic symbol of our time. But there was a funny line that happened. I won't say the context, but a funny line that somebody said that you may know from the reports. But the remark was made, "It's all computer." And that's basically the shit world we're going to be in very soon. We're going to be in the "it's all computer" world very soon, with your banking and your insurance and everything. It's all computer. Decisions will be made by really crappy algorithms. And they're already doing that with like HMO stuff, the Kaiser Permanente, ATMs you have to use to get your gunshot wound tended to. None of this is looking good. All right. Good night, Matt. See you soon. Oh, cool. Oh, nice. Yeah, Matt and I are going to do submit a adventure site for a contest thing for Dragonbane. I think it's Dragonbane. That should be fun. Yeah, I'll do an illustration of a giant monstrous plant. Spoilers. And Matt's writing it, and I'm doing the visual stuff, so it should be fun. Oh yeah, Vero, Minecraft. That's so funny that like you never know what's going to resonate or what's gonna like really get people going, because that stuff, that Sony stuff that happened with freaking the vampire Marvel character that Sony owns, Morpheus, yeah, more than Morpheus. So that morph thing that happened, that kind of meme stuff that happened with Morbin, that's our Morbin time, so Morbius. The thing that happened there, and was it what was the movie where everyone was wearing a suit to the theater? You never know like what people are gonna just like latch on to. But yeah, the chicken jockey and people like kind of turning and I think it's just because movies suck so bad. Just like this is a generation, like the younger generation is used to, okay, a game sucks, but it's multiplayer. Let's just make our own fun. Let's just figure out how to enjoy hanging out and doing this, even though the game is not built to, even make sense of what we're trying to do. So I think that's part of the what's happening in movie theaters, with people bringing live chickens or screaming "I'm Steve" or "Chicken Jockey" in the theaters. Yeah, it's just like, yeah, these movies suck, and we're gonna just make our own fun because you guys can't keep us, entertained. You can't do anything to entertain us. It's a very funny cultural thing, but I thought that was so funny when all those Morbin comments, they trick Sony so much by doing all the positive ratings and doing some weird commenting on Morbius, that Sony actually re-released it because they thought it was popular. It's like, no, it's the internet fucking with you. But yeah, of course, the marketing people at Sony have no clue. All right. A large amount of breakfast cereal. Oh yeah, let's do a yeah, let's do a bowl and a dish and a glass, and they're just all full of cereal. So he wasn't satisfied with being part of this nutritious breakfast. Okay, we'll pile that with cereal and then a glass. But yeah, and Minecraft is such a thing without a story anyhow. You know, it's so funny that they've done it a few times. They've released a few movies now where they're trying to put a story in Minecraft, and that's not what anybody is interested in. It's just like a tool set, you know, to do your own thing. I still remember when that first came out, how I was like, yeah, I was really thinking about that would be a perfect game, a game you didn't have to, there wasn't a story or goals. You were just like in survival mode, you know? Because that was, I don't know if you guys remember, that was before that whole trend of like Rust and all of those kind of online, like multiplayer online games, not really MMOs, but where they just threw you naked in a world and you had to like start doing something to survive because like death was coming, like zombies or some threat was coming, or just, you know, starvation and dehydration. But that was like Minecraft was the first thinking like that. I'm sure there was probably some PC games, you know, like Oregon Trail or whatever, you know, that had that same kind of thinking. But right when that happened, I was really thinking, yeah, that's exactly what I would like as a game where I could just go out into the woods and get away from everything and just try to live. And just the simulation of like, you know, off the grid survival would be a fun game. And that's what, you know, Minecraft had that feel right away, but you know, in such a weird simplistic style, and in the gameplay. And there were I thought it was on the glass here. Where is it? There's the glass. Yeah, but and it was originally just a in like a Java install. You played it in a browser window in Java. That was crazy that it became so popular. But it just, like, I think it resonated with a lot of people. All right, let's do this like this, and then I'll just pile the cereal on everything. There we go. So not part of this nutritious breakfast. Oh, yeah, that was very early days. Because I think the MMO was, you know, going full steam, and there was just so much with that I wasn't, and maybe that's where the thinking came from, is, oh, I wish you could just play World of Warcraft where you just hung out in the woods. You didn't interact with anybody, and you just had like a survival mechanic. Like the gameplay was just not dying of starvation. That's probably where that thinking came from. Because, you know, the quests and all the nonsense of MMOs got boring really fast, and you know, it had to quickly get to end game content, like big high level raids and stuff, and then you're just raiding for gear, and it's like, how about we do something else away from the fake cities and stuff. And that's what Minecraft did perfectly. Okay, and maybe I'll do this as well. Oh, wait. Should be connected. There we go. He was not satisfied with being part of this nutritious breakfast. Something like that. Yeah, and unfortunately, I think because of the financial success of Super Mario, it's just never going to end. You know, we're going to see a Roblox movie and everything that's kind of resonated with a fan base. They're going to try to monetize. I forget what the there's something really stupid coming. Oh, I think a Monopoly movie. Yeah, I think we're getting that. Yay. Yeah, let me see here. Check the chat. Oh yeah. Hey Abyss, how's it going? I didn't see ya. But yeah, I would definitely, as a bored teenager, consider bringing a chicken to a to a movie theater. I can't believe they're calling the police on them though. That's how like tense everybody is. It's like, what's happening? What's going on? We can't let this continue. Somebody call the police. There we go. Part of this nutritious breakfast. And let me put some stuff here. Like the little nutritional information panel. And let's see, maybe we'll just do that like bright red. This deal, the little, now with more iron, whatever they add to cereal, now with improved vitamin D. Oh yeah, and let's do an abstract like cereal doodle as well. Maybe do this separate. The glamour shot. Oh, maybe, yeah, maybe make that solid. And green would be good. Let's see how this looks on the yellow. Something like that. But then kind of fade this down. Yeah, there we go. So it looks more printed on the box. There we go. Not merely part, but all of this nutritious breakfast. Oh, actually, I should have resized this. Yeah, let me do this quickly, and then I'll do the resizing. It's way too small. There we go. Yeah. Oh, I've got a new stupid way to ruin the YouTube channel even more. I found the Osaka Expo exclusive like Gundam, the new plastic model kit for the Gundam that's going to be at the Osaka Expo, and I want to build that on the channel. But I know no one's wanting to see that content. I guess I should start a Gundam channel, right? But yeah, I so want to just put that together on stream, just as like, kind of like this, as just a hangout. Not anything too fun, and talk some Gundam and anime and stuff. That would be fun. But I know there's, that's already a huge genre. And so the reason I'm saying it's going to fuck up the channel is because, yeah, it is there are going to be people coming over, just seeing it because of the keywords or whatever from actual Gundam channels and saying, what the fuck is this? You're playing in our category. All right. And it'll just, fuck up the algorithm and everything else. I know it will, but it'll be fun. Yeah, so you might see that in the next couple of days. I'll just pop on and put together that kit. Just because it's the worst idea ever, and that's all. Yeah, staying like very myopic and very focused is what the YouTube algorithm, is what the YouTube algorithm wants. So once we had some success with Mutant Chronicles, this should have just become a Mutant Chronicles channel. But I'm not, so, yeah, I have a lot of different interests. So even for tabletop, things are going to be varied and random. But that's not good for an algorithm. Oh, maybe make these they're a little frosted or whatever. I don't know what these are, but they're huge. Huge sugar balls. There we go. Oh no. 2 hours of sleep. No. Yeah, good night, Vero. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, and you said they did end up making a survival version of World of Warcraft, but it clearly doesn't work due to any error on the server side. Undoes all your hard work. Oh, that's so funny. Wow. I didn't even think of that. You're correct with them making the meme. Yeah. Yes, pull a meme from any of the smallest thing. Ah, nice. Yes, get some rest, Vero. Thanks so much for hanging out. Yes, I'm an enabler of everybody's terrible sleep patterns, but I have those myself, so I just don't watch live streams as much. That would probably be a much less less lonely way to deal with not being able to sleep. Yeah, I'm definitely not the generation, and so it's funny that I'm doing this, participating in it, because I'm definitely not the generation of like knowing live streaming. When I watch someone's live stream, it feels very I have zero vocabulary on camera. Like you're watching them and you shouldn't be, whatever that word is. It feels strange. It feels kind of like I'm seeing something that I shouldn't be seeing, even though people are putting it out there. And so I like, it's just weird. It's weird for me, like, to interact with somebody on a live stream and have them respond to it and know that they are, alive somewhere in the world and they saw my message and they're reacting to it. That feels really weird. I don't know why. It's just the generation thing, I think. Voyeuristic. There we go. It feels really voyeuristic to just watch somebody, and especially like a young woman. That feels super creepy. But obviously, the rest of the internet has no trouble with being super creepy, and just like lurking on a live stream. I guess I wonder if the incidences of people like looking in people's windows has gone down because the internet provides that weird voyeurism, thing, that kick from watching someone who doesn't know you're watching them. Yeah, because unless you're interacting in the chat, if you're just lurking, you are, just stalking somebody. That's really weird. Yeah, so it's funny that This is something that I've started doing, for my cartoon and then for the tabletop channel, because it's not something that I understand at all or get a lot. And and I think that shows in like how the channel is run. I can't anticipate or understand like, well, what would be a good version of this? I just do it for the just because that's that's what's done. Yeah, so I always think younger generation will be better at streaming just because they know what they want to see. Because kind of the cartoons that I've made or stuff that I've done, I do it because it makes me laugh or it's something that I would want to. Actually, they should all be looking over at this box, shouldn't they? Going, what the fuck, dude? There we go. Yeah, so it's very funny. But I think a lot of good stuff comes out of that. I think my ignorance makes something, a little more unique, or because I'm not like watching what other people are doing and imitating. There's no spinning wheel and fun and prizes and trivia or whatever, nonsense goes on other streams, or no clothing removal, or now I'm going to draw my cartoon backwards, or, whatever. None of that. But yeah, it's a nice, the interaction is nice, but when I think about the actual, mechanism of it, I don't think I would watch somebody draw cartoons, because I would feel like I shouldn't be seeing this, right? Is this okay? Okay, so he was not satisfied being part of this nutritious. I don't even know if they say this anymore. Nutritious breakfast. He was all. Is that emphasis okay? Being part of this nutritious? Yeah, he wanted to be all of. Yeah, something like that. And in fact, yeah, then all you're getting is sugar and carbs. Oh, cool. Yeah. Babysitting Monday to Wednesday. That's good. Yes. Hot tub stream. Yes, if we reach a certain level of something, then the next cartoon is drawn topless. Yeah, it's very funny. And, it's, I wonder how much awareness or dishonesty, kind of hypocrisy and dishonesty goes into what girls do on streams, because they know, men are very visual and will just stare at women, especially if they don't feel, if they don't have to worry about getting caught or whatever. So how intentional they are with enabling or reinforcing the weird voyeurism and the weird kind of creepiness of, because, because of the restrictions on a lot of these platforms, they're not doing much of anything when they're streaming. For the most part, there's some pretty crazy things people have tried to get away with, but it kind of sexualizes or it fetishizes a lot of things that just aren't, so it's very funny. Very funny times. Oh, yeah, but long gone are the days when the underwear section of a newspaper catalog, like a department store catalog, would be titillating for a young adolescent. They don't need anything even remotely that tame or obscure. They can go straight to the source. Everyone's putting it out there. as much as they can on whatever platform. That's, yeah, it's so strange. All right. So that's, yeah, I think we're going to go probably about to the middle of May today. Cool. That one ended up being bigger than I thought. Oh, there we go, Abyss. Yeah, pedojacketing. I've never heard that term. Yeah. That totally, I mean, that totally makes sense that there is a, that those interests, I mean, there is content now being produced, children are trafficking themselves basically, on TikTok and Twitch and whatever, even if they have age requirements. Yeah, that's a good, that makes a lot of sense because that's exactly what's going on. Trying to, because it's, it's commodifying something that you couldn't market, that it's too impossible or illegal to market, or you couldn't kind of get your hands around it as a company if you wanted to produce that kind of content. But yeah, individuals can can traffic themselves all they want. Yeah, very interesting times that we're denying we live in. So depressing. Yeah, I wish that display was bigger. There we go. So I could see my brush size bigger. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's it's very funny. Infantile. Yeah. And they keep having to try to change terms of service to make sense. It's kind of like, drug testing for athletics or whatever. They're always going to be in the lab trying to figure out, ways to enhance performance that aren't going to, be detectable on current testing. And the same way these terms of service, they're trying to figure out a way to to entice their audience without spilling the beans that, I'm actually pretending I'm a child. Ugh. Yeah, it's weird times. All right. So what are we doing here? Yeah, so just a few more, 5 more files. And I don't have to go that far. Actually, let's take a break. Yeah, because we've been doing this for a little bit. Let's take a break and eat something so my blood sugar is up so I can actually think. Oh, yeah, it's been about an hour and a half. Very cool. Yeah, and it's funny that, that might sound very sexist, but it's funny how far you can push the concept of women, empowering themselves and also creating, weird markets that other people are benefiting off of. Anyhow, let's switch over to some convenience store fun. The chime doesn't last as long as I thought. Okay, let's try. Yeah, I guess we'll do these one at a time. Maybe my coffee is still here, so let's try something that will actually work with coffee. Whoa. Okay, yeah. So starting on the theme that I mentioned, and we're going to go off theme pretty fast. But last month we did the Crunky, all the variations of Crunky, which I think when I tried to explain to a Japanese person just recently that crunchy is how you say that in English, and they're like, crunchy, that's a word? So there's something with the sounds that Japanese people like to hear, or crunky sounds closer, like the onomatopoeia. Like Japanese people are very sensitive to how words sound. So crunky sounds like crunching on something. Crunch to their ear doesn't sound like crunchy. It doesn't sound like, that's not the sound it makes, when you bite into something. So Japanese, they go with crunky. So there's that whole line of crunky candy that we looked at, those chocolate covered with stuff inside. So here is the store brand. Oh no, it's completely yellow, so it's completely keying out. But this is Crisp Crunch, the 7-Eleven brand, kind of store brand knockoff of Crunky. So yeah, it's basically chocolate with all kinds of junk in it. Cookies, wafers, some something. Some crunchy bits. Yeah, what is this? So just parts of stuff. Yeah, but all kinds of crunchy. So you see there, I know it's transparent, but you see all the little junk in the air there. So that's what's inside of here. We can look at the back. So it's chocolate covered, and there's cocoa, and what else? Yeah, cookie pieces. What is that? Oh, this is more shortening. Sorry, that was a bunch of like weird starch, and so some caramel bits and some, oh boy, yeah, all kinds of like little, so probably in the process of making some other, you know, snacks, the little junkin pieces that fall through into the little collection trays then go into the chocolate to make it crunchy. So yeah, so here's Crisp Crunch, the you know, kind of their attempt to do a crunky 7-Eleven to do crunky. Oh, very small. And the chocolate doesn't look very good. See how kind of like waxy, hazy it is? It's probably not going to be very good chocolate. Yeah. So this is kind of halfway between crunky and that Black Thunder that we talked about a long time ago, maybe. That has like pieces of pretzel and cookie and all kinds of crazy stuff in it. But this is more similar to that. Yeah, I'm sure it's just a way, like bread pudding, it's just a way to recycle the leftovers of another process. The chocolate's not as bad. I thought it was going to be too cheap and sweet. But not bad. Yeah, it's a really weird middle step because it's not as crunchy, even though they're calling it crunch. It's not as crunchy as some of the other stuff, and it's making me invisible. But it's an okay combination. Yeah, it doesn't feel cheap. That's the amazing thing. When the store brands will simulate something, it's not cheap where you're like, ugh, you know, that was not even close. They do come up with something that, you know, is satisfying in the same way that the snack that they're copying is. And not bad at all. But, so these little packages are always about 100 yen, and they've only got, how many have I eaten? Like 3? So, yeah, about 5, or about 8 pieces. There's 5 left. So about 8 pieces for about 100 yen for the store brand stuff. I think it's getting harder and harder because of the weakness of the Japanese yen to put enough in here, and to keep the price under $1, or around $1, around 100 yen, and still put enough in a package so that it doesn't feel ridiculous. Because some of these things, if it's a more expensive candy, like literally there are 3 inside the package, and they don't tell you that, but you open it, you're like, what? Yeah, if it's something very expensive to make, then the number that they put in a 100 bag is so small. And you notice they don't make it clear. So we want to be able to adjust that. So probably more crispier than crunchy. It doesn't have that really hard chunkiness of the other candies. More, you know, more like Rice Krispie crunchy. Oh, sorry, the microphone is really close. But not bad, not a bad attempt. So store brand. So yeah, the invisible 7-Eleven Crisp Crunch. If there's no crunky and there's no Black Thunder, this is a very, you know, affordable middle step. And I think as those brands things get more expensive, people are going to be, that's probably why they're deciding to copy stuff that can't keep their prices down. And somehow they can. So yeah, not bad. Not bad, especially with coffee. All right. A little bit of a distraction. But now I can think more. Ah, nice. Oh, thank you, Abyss. Let me check what's going on here. Yeah, I'm just watching the one side YouTube that I saw was active. But I should check the combined. Thanks, Abyss. I appreciate it. So yeah, so I'm coming to you on both the Upturned Table channel and the Abuse Cartoons. So Abuse Cartoons has its own channel. Yeah, the combined chat is garbage. Okay, let me just switch over. Let me just switch over. So thanks for the comments on the other channel. Sorry if I missed, if you're falling asleep and I missed out. So stuff directly on the channel. Let me see. So yeah, YouTube is trying. Sorry. So yeah, I didn't see. No, and I should have Twitch. I should have Twitch going as well. Sorry about that. Oh, but then I've got to authenticate into Twitch. That's really frustrating. That I guess because people screw around with it enough that they have to protect. And also, I guess if it's a source of your revenue, you don't want people to be able to steal your Twitch channel. But no, I didn't see. Oh yeah, 7-Elevens have they're really taking over. I think they're very aggressive in. So Japanese convenience stores are keeping the quality high, and any business, like if Starbucks seems like, oh, they're raising their prices a little bit, let's do a $2 coffee or do like a $2 cappuccino at our convenience stores. They're really filling that gap because they're staples, just like convenience stores in the US and probably in Europe as well. They make all their money off of alcohol and cigarettes. So if they can't sell alcohol and cigarettes, they don't even bother, putting up building a convenience store. But then they have this whole other level where they're competing with, okay, well, I'll just get a coffee at 7-Eleven because either there's a line at Starbucks or Starbucks is $7 or whatever. So they do a good job of undercutting. And they've also done that with sweets shops and stuff. So in Japan, there's a lot of European style, Japanese versions of European style bakeries and cake shops and things where you can get really nice individual little cakes and sweets and things. And suddenly at the convenience stores, they've had these little refrigerated sections with these gorgeous little cakes. They're not cheap, but they're much less expensive because the Japanese prices for those at those cake shops is crazy. It's like $12 for a little cupcake or a little slice of, a chocolate cake or something. So the convenience stores did a decent quality version of that, but for less than half the price, or like a quarter of the price. So they're always looking for little markets that can take advantage and do cheaper because they're everywhere. There's more locations of them, and they can, just take away from stuff. So the most recent thing that 7-Eleven has started doing is smoothies. So they have coffee machines that make all their cappuccinos and things, and then they put in a little smoothie machine. And they do these really low calorie, they're actually just yogurt smoothies. And so you just buy out of the freezer section, you just get the cup with the plastic film on it, you just peel it, you put it in the machine, it puts in the yogurt or whatever the other ingredients is going to be. So it's all just like frozen fruit and stuff in the cup. And they blend it right there, a little instant blender. And they're about 300 yen. But a smoothie is probably close to $10, but it's close to the same amount. But this is fresh fruit, freshly blended. So that's the most recent thing they've gone after, and they keep trying to add, experimenting with vegetable or different Japanese flavors. There was a sweet potato one for a while, and they keep adding new flavors. Probably looking at what else is going on in the market. So very interesting, very aggressive. Yeah, right. The location is so important for convenience stores. Yeah, and then they just try to well, you're already here getting cigarettes, just get a cappuccino. It's really cheap. Yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah, so sorry if I didn't see your message, that the combined chat is not working well for this stream. That's the problem with going on to 2. yeah, going on to 2 YouTube channels at the same time as I'm getting the everything fed to me. So sorry if I missed anything. And I'm always distracted because I'm trying to draw. I'm trying to draw this goofy cartoon. All right. Okay, so what did we do? You know, we just did breakfast, right? So, I've got chocolate on the brain. Literally, I have chocolate. But a pretzel, I don't know if I can draw a pretzel lying flat very well and get the shape of it right. Let's see here. So something covered pretzel, like something that wouldn't be appetizing, covering a pretzel. Oh, actually, oh yeah, no, that's okay because it's kind of foreshortened a little bit. I think it reads okay. Yeah, that's a wacky looking pretzel, but it reads, I think, as intended. All right. So, what covering a a what covered pretzel? Oh, maybe this could be a little bit wider to get the foreshortening to make more sense. That's right. There we go. Yeah, it was funny. The time I spent in Sweden, it was kind of, the parents' house was in the suburbs, and I was going to high school, and all my friends had apartments in the town where the high school was, so they all had their own little private apartments. But I was like commuting between the suburb and the larger town. But because they were in the suburbs, they had a satellite dish, and so that was my biggest. I mean, I watched a lot of the American localized, anime like Speed Racer and Battle of the Planets and what was it called, Star Blazers, that kind of stuff. When I was growing up as a kid, but they had a whole satellite channel, and I think it was on Sunday. It was all anime, like all Sunday, all just. I think it was dubbed. I think it was English dubbed, and then they would do the subtitles for the different regions. But yeah, it was all of Europe. Their satellite, so I got to watch, Italian variety shows, and there was a huge amount of stuff. But once I found that anime, that Sunday anime marathon that they did every weekend, that was awesome because I was always kind of like hungover, going out on Saturday, I was kind of hungover, and so that was a perfect way to just like veg out with a headache and eat junky food and watch anime. So I think that really got me interested in all that 80s kind of classic, and it was a lot of stuff that I think only was released like on VHS, or Laserdisc in Japan. So it was very rare, weird stuff. All sci-fi. They didn't do. So it was all sci-fi, and I think because maybe the European expectation is that anime was more sci-fi based, so none of the shoujo manga, kind of the girls manga love story stuff or anything. It was mostly just sci-fi, but really, really well curated, like every weekend. That was awesome. Yeah, so I really and that really made me but then when I started college, there wasn't really anybody that watched it or collected it, but that was also then the beginning. Early 90s was the beginning of the rental, video rental stuff, where the stores that competed with Blockbuster did that because they had indie films or foreign films or adult films. They had stuff that Blockbuster and the big chain stores didn't. So that's when I started dubbing copies of tapes, 2 decks, dubbing a copy of a VHS tape. And then that's when also then anime started showing up with the fan subbed. This is pre-internet, so fan subbed on VHS. So people would get those video text, burner, whatever those are, those things that would you could literally like input text and do subtitles that were overlay, kind of like old TV stations when you'd see the text pop up for something. It was a news, like a some weather warning or whatever, some kind of video lettering burn-in system. So they would do fan subtitles for anime. People would get laser discs from Japan. They dubbed the laser disc and burn it onto or copy it onto VHS with the burnt-in titles. That was crazy. And so those started showing up like under tables at comic book shows and stuff. You could get a hold of anime that way, because there was really, unless it was going to be on TV, there was no other way until it started hitting the video stores, and then it started being in the movie theaters. So Akira got the big release it was early 90s, like 92 or something. Got the big release in American movie theaters, and then some of the art house theaters and stuff started showing the anime movies, Fist of the North Star and all that stuff in the theaters. But yeah, but I didn't know anybody that wanted to watch any of that stuff. It was very very rare. But that's how I picked up my my love of anime, is just watching all that crazy sci-fi stuff that was on European satellite. It was crazy. So maybe the Europeans were already into anime before North America caught on. And I think Canada too. I think Canada had a better, because they were doing more localizing. Like a lot of the early VHS anime, it's all Canadian voice actors. So they were doing that there. Yeah. Oh, I mentioned that they had redone the site. Oh yeah, lost a lot of information. I wonder if you got. Oh yeah, no, not yet. I'm sorry. The comments still aren't back. So there's new comments on the most recent stuff, but the cartoon archive is still not there, and they haven't updated us. So maybe they're kind of like struggling behind the scenes, and yeah, I mean they're still they're still taking care of me, so I'm not going to complain. But yeah, that is frustrating to have lost 20 years of comments. I mean, some of them are not very nice. And most of the bad ones, though, those are the ones that I copied. I have a big Word doc of all the worst comments. So they'll be memorialized forever. I'll put them out in my next book. All right. So something covered pretzel. Mashed potato, what's something that would be visually might make sense, but taste-wise would not be good. Or just do a paint spill. Or just, no, is that gonna, how would that look if I just did like a candy bar in a wrapper? And it just like laid on top of the pretzel. Trying to figure out how this stuff works. Yeah, can you see enough of the pretzel if I do that? That's a pretty tiny image, though. Let's see. So they're trying to make this chocolate-covered pretzel thing work. Yeah, I think that's big enough. And I think you can read. Or should I do multiple? Oh, that's cool. Should I do multiple, like a couple of pretzels and a couple of different chocolate bars? Let's see if that helps at all. So if I had two and just flipped the one pretzel, then that might you might be able to see more of what that drawing was supposed to be. Sorry, I'm getting a weird glare here. And then, oh, no, I guess it's about the same. But then I guess chocolate covered pretzels. That's pretty much the same. You're not seeing. Is that interesting at all, though? Chocolate covered pretzels. Yeah, okay, so we'll just have two, yeah. Then you can at least see the whole thing. And now I have to, and I'll put salt on the other pretzel. So I guess there has to be salt on the one that's getting chocolate covered too, because that's the best part. The salt and the chocolate mixing. And then we'll do a darker, maybe redder chocolate bar. Yeah, and then silver. Nice. Yeah, I'll keep you updated. Yeah, if I get my comments back, and we'll go back to like reading them too if they come back. But I don't know. I wonder if they had some technical problem and they were just like, is it worth it? Is it worth the manpower and the hours to sort this out, or not? Oh, let me do some lettering on here as well. Oops, wrong tool. Here we go. Is that pretzel color okay? Does it need to be a little darker? Oops. Oh yeah, maybe like that, because then the little salt stuff will stick out. So I'll do a layer of oh wait, I did that on the wrong layer. Yeah, I want to do that here. Yeah, there we go. Because this, yeah, might change. Okay, so let's do some salt as well. So, yeah, just random. Salted pretzel. There we go. All right, I think that'll work. Yeah, let's try to render some of that and get some kind of three-dimensional thing going. Plus the drop shadow will help this look like it's actually on top of it. There we go. All right. Yeah, I think this will read as 3D pretzel. Cool. All right. Cool. And then some of this on the candy bar as well. Maybe make that foil much shinier. That'd be funny if only I have a copy of all of my worst comics. Oh, and I just showed somebody just recently that when we did the Infinity thing, I met some new guys that were into Infinity. And they asked me what I did, and I showed them the cartoon stuff. And I just handed over, not even thinking. Like, modern sensitivities are sure something. I handed a guy my little booklet, and of course it had the title of the cartoon on the front of the book, and it just said domestic abuse. And he'd come in kind of halfway through the conversation. So I just handed it to him, and I said, "Oh, yeah, this is what I do." It was just a book that said domestic abuse. He's like, I was worried when you first, and it wasn't, English wasn't his first language. So he was a little bit worried how to even say to me, like, what is this exactly? But yeah, it's so funny that I don't know if anybody could have anticipated language being so sensitive and people being so, and I just like this whole economy of, outrage and sensitivity, kind of virtue signaling for, I'm really sensitive about this issue, so I'm a good person. Obviously you're not. It's really weird. Really weird. There we go. A chocolate-covered pretzel, kind of. I don't know if I'd be able to pull that off, but yeah. It works. And of course the eyes are right there. He wasn't pulling off the chocolate covered pretzel thing. Nice. Snow White, Snow White, Snow White. Yeah, no, that's an interesting point, Abyss. Yeah, if like comments aren't going to be something that is like a standardized, database or some kind of set that they can just move over to their, update new design. Like, yeah, why even comment if things are just going to be deleted ever? Snow White had no right being this funny, and I love it. That's great. Yes. The lovely Snow White. Yeah, I wonder how she's doing. Disney definitely is like, and I guess all the shills, the anti-Disney shills, were also reporting on Fantastic Four. We're talking about there was a Fantastic Four interview or something that it was the director and the cast, and the director was kind of having to, cut off the cast answers. Yeah, it's really funny. I think it's really weird now with people's like political thinking and everything, and they haven't really resolved, especially with social media. You're an employee of this company, you're a contract worker of this company, you're hired by this company, you're going to have to do promotion if it's a movie or a television show. How much are you representing the company? How much are you representing yourself? In what context are you causing damage to the company if you're, choosing a side, Israel, Palestine, or whatever, very publicly, when they haven't, or they're, as a corporation, they're trying not to. I mean, yeah, it's just weird. I guess it's showing how that system doesn't work well anymore, because everyone's got their own platform with social media and their own brand that they're doing. So they want to maintain that. And so companies are just going to have to start tolerating, okay, we know she's going to mention this, whatever. And I don't think celebrities originally were as political as they got to be, like especially by the maybe Vietnam era. And a lot of it probably just came from how guilty they were about being so overpaid. That's, I think, where a lot of charity comes from. And then they have these beliefs, and they're not just helping orphans or cancer kids or whatever. They're going for much more, politically murky causes that not everyone, in their prospective audience is going to agree with. It's been quite a quite a ride ever since October 7th. Okay. Chocolate covered pretzel. Struggling. I'm getting better with the mute button so you don't have your ears messed up by my loud cough. All right. So they seem to be struggling with the chocolate covered pretzel. With an X, I'm going to start spelling pretzel with an X. Pretzel. Sept. Seem to be struggling with the whole. I think this has been a find and replace joke I've used a few times. They seem to be struggling with the whole chocolate covered pretzel concept, and there's probably a hyphen here. Nice. Yeah, for a while, I think Sony did it, and a couple of companies did it where they knew maybe their actors of color or certain political bents or whatever, gender or whatever, were going to go say certain things. So to head it off, they would do the fan hate, fan racism, fan sexism is out of control. Before the promotional tours even started for stuff, they would have those articles like ready to go. When they were starting to promote movies, and just say, the Acolyte is facing insane backlash from the racist, whatever going on in the Star Wars fandom, and nothing had even come out yet. But then that let the actors and stuff, when they were promoting stuff, be extra political and extra you have to watch this show if you support these people or this group or freedom or anti whatever. Yeah, it's amazing. What a stupid world. Yeah, and I wonder if it's just because Star Wars was so, both superhero comic books and Star Wars were so vacant of any real theming or messages or anything that resonates now very well, that it was just ripe to be taken over by people with political agendas to make it do something, because it really wasn't doing much before, or just felt out of date. What happened? There we go. All right. Yeah, it didn't mind my hyphenated words. So they seem to be struggling with the whole chocolate covered pretzel concept. It was covered by a chocolate bar in a wrapper. Oh, actually, yeah. Let me do a little bit more highlighting on that so the wrapper is a little shinier. So I think we could have like here. Can I come across this? Shiny as well. Something like that. Okay. Yeah, right. Obviously, calling them shallow or void of inspiration would be an understatement. Yeah. That's really, really funny. So I would have the oh yeah, changes up repair. So yeah, HBO and Disney, oh, and Sony, yeah, lost so much money in the past 5 years with their failure after failure. Yeah, and none of that, kind of hate marketing or you should watch this if you're a good person because the bad people don't want you to watch this. All of that marketing, I think just turn people off. Just normies that were just ready to be fed something. Yeah, and maybe that's why. Why Minecraft movie is getting such weird success and attention. It's just because it's hard to put politics in that, and yeah, it's just like it's just slop, and people are starting to just celebrate slop and memeing it and doing whatever because that's enjoyable. Like there's no creativity in movies now, so just enjoy the slop spectacle and just make something out of it. Bring a chicken, bring a chicken to the theater. Yeah, it's amazing. All right, let's do one more of these and then go for some baby star little chips. I got a couple of those that I'm curious about trying. All right, a pineapple. I don't even know. I don't think I can. Or like a pineapple telephone. There we go. I remember I only knew a few people. Like I maybe in my life had only seen two of those novelty telephones. Like if you go to the electronics shop back right after the breakup of the telephone companies in America, you used to rent the telephones from the telephone company, so they'd have those like real heavy heavy commercial models of telephones. But then once that was all broken up, then people could start making phones that worked on the phone lines. Some technology must have changed. I think with the touch tone stuff, then they could manufacture their own phones. So you go to the electronics store, there'd be a whole selection of phones, and then towards the end there would be the Garfield phone or the football phone or the Snoopy phone or the Lips phone, right? So I think the Lips one, there was like somebody's older sister that had the mouth. There was like the top lip and the bottom lip for the phone, and a Snoopy phone. It was a Snoopy phone. I think it was Snoopy holding the phone. It was weird, but those are the only two ones I actually saw like functioning in people's houses. But yeah, those were the days of the novelty phone, and they were always really, really overpriced and really like low quality. Like the quality of the speakers and everything inside of them was garbage. It was just the plastic shape you were paying for. So let's do pineapple phone. And banana phone and see how this works. Oh, I should go up here and then maybe do this. This is going to be a weird one where I'm going to get nothing but a series of question marks. Okay, yeah, because even a landline is just a ridiculous idea. Most people don't even, nobody pays for telephone coming from a pole anymore. It's all coming from a cell signal. All right. Oh, I gotta be careful. Those look like eyes, don't they? Let's make that like this. There we go. So, pineapple phone. Is it getting late? Am I getting too punchy already? And maybe one more. All right. I don't think there ever was a pineapple phone. What the heck? I guess I was using magnet lasso last time I did that. All right. Haha. Let's change the shape of this a little bit. It's looking a little weird. Oh, not that. This. There we go. Something like that. That doesn't look anything like a pineapple. Ah, nice. Oh, so actually, maybe do this so it looks like it just tucks right in there. And banana phone. Whoops. What's going on? Okay. There we go. All right, so more. Oh, actually, yeah. And no, we'll do a whole like panel here. Also going to be a really yellow cartoon, isn't it? Yeah, let's make the buttons more 3D. Looks like corn on the cob. No, none of this is working. All right. Yeah, I definitely need to take a break after this. This is getting silly. All right. And let me see if I can differentiate, do a different yellow. So maybe like a deeper yellow for banana versus pineapple. Let's see here. No, that's the pineapple color, I think. Yeah. I didn't close that line. Let me do that because that'll make this whole thing easier. What's going on here? There. Yeah, just do that. And this. Okay. This is what I was thinking for the inside of that and probably the top of that. But the banana should be darker. Yeah, like that. That doesn't look any different. It looks super different on the color selector. Weird. Yeah. Or maybe just, yeah, maybe like go this way. What the hell's going on? Is this colored on some other level? Oh, yeah, it is. Shit. Brother. Yeah, I fucked up with the undos there. Okay, let's try this again. Oh, fucking hell. Okay, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Let me delete that, save that, and redraw that. I guess because I did this touch-up thing. What's going on here? Okay, now back to the correct layer. There we go. Let's try our colors again. Okay, we'll call that banana. And we'll call something a little whiter. Oh yeah, maybe just more white will help a lot. Not green. No, that's not reading any lighter. There we go. There we go. Okay. And those are all on the right layer, finally. And the pineapple outside, we will make this too dark. Or no, that would probably just be white, wouldn't it? Yeah. And green. Okay. I think this will work. I don't know if it'll be funny, but it'll visually. Okay, and yeah, probably the buttons should just be white anyhow. Or maybe gray. Yeah, Touchstones had a lot of gray. Because then we can do some shadows and stuff. There we go. Wrong tool. There we are. And we'll do the same gray for the buttons. Here. And then maybe this. That should be darker, shouldn't it? Yeah, maybe more like that. Yeah, there's that's more coconut, but that's more pineapple looking. And then we'll make this look like the outside. Outside of the pineapple. There we go. Yeah, I wonder, yeah, Abyss is asking, landlines have a purpose. Yeah, I don't know if, I mean, as far as, I don't think they're any more reliable or anything, because the sound quality has gotten so good on mobile phones. And I think the biggest reason that people in America just gave up on landlines is because people can harass you, like telemarketers can call you on your landline. They can't call you on your cell phone. So it became kind of a no-brainer to get rid of your landline, because it was ringing every dinner time. They would call you to ask if you wanted to switch your cell phone carrier or cable provider or insurance coverage. It was just nonstop. So a lot of people gave up on landlines just because their phone number had been bought and sold so much. And I'm not sure if it's still the case, but I don't think, I think they can text you. I've gotten spam on my American phone number, text messages, but I've not gotten calls that were just only purely sales calls. Oh, let's do this as well. Yeah, but that felt weird. That was one of those things that shouldn't have felt weird. It should have just made sense. But giving up a landline because it was so much expense for nothing. I think Los Angeles was the last time I had a landline phone. I didn't end up getting it when we left Los Angeles, but it was just such a waste. I'm trying to think. Maybe I didn't in my apartment after we sold the house. Maybe I didn't have a landline in my my short-term kind of apartment situation. I can't remember. Yeah, but it feels like so meaningless now. And you're more likely to get wrong numbers and things. I guess that happens with cell phones too, because they reassign numbers, like they repurpose people's phone numbers, so that can happen with cell phones as well. But it seems like landlines, you get wrong numbers a lot. All right, let's try to make these look plasticky now. This is just a bunch of weird Bunch of weird drawing. All right. A plastic pineapple. Maybe I'll do just black, like curly chords so it makes sense. Put it back here. Yeah, because most of the time they were connected with that kind of chord. Yeah, this way works better. And then banana phone just goes into nowhere. Looks like my weird signature. Yeah, I guess it would be coming out of the base. Yeah, we'll just do it like that. All right, now we're going to even be able to see eyes on this stuff. Okay. All right. What did they have? Is there a coconut phone? What was the... Is it Gilligan's Island or some bad old show have some fruit phone technology? There we go. Oops. All right. Should I do numbers on the... No, probably not. So I have to do the letters too, right? Yeah, no, I don't think numbers help. Oops, there we go. It makes no more sense if you can actually... And even though the images are bigger, they're still... Still not good. Maybe this needs some texture as well. Oops. Okay. There we go. And a coconut or a banana phone. Oh, maybe this. Put this at the end. Pineapple, pineapple. Established. Funniest novelty telephone. It's a long one. As. Neither pineapple or nor, maybe neither nor, neither or, neither nor. Neither the pineapple nor the banana phone established themselves as the funniest novelty telephone. Novelty telephone. We'll see in the comments who really went for it. Oh yeah, no, I just got the notification, yeah, that they're going to be going live in a little bit. Yeah, the Wildspire miniatures. Yeah, they're taking over the blacklist miniature stuff. They're getting some really negative comments. Well, I think people are just frustrated with the fact I paid for this. I bought this and paid for this. You're going to make me pay for this again to produce it, because they don't have it. They have the molds, they don't have any of the cast miniatures, so there is no product. So they do need more money. I don't think any company would, take over a project and say, okay, so everybody that's already pledged, which is thousands of people, we're just going to give you free miniatures and then continue to. I don't think you'd ever make that back. And what you would get in goodwill, I don't think would turn into loyal customers, because they would just yay, they gave it to me for free, and then or not free, but I got the thing that I paid for from another company, and then they're just done with you. Yeah, I'll have to go read Abyss. Yeah, but I can imagine. I really liked those. We use this all the time for the random monster lists in Frostgrave, the monster minis in or the animal creature minis in that blacklist minis set. It's really good. I mean, it just covers everything, giant rats, boars, wolves, zombies, ghouls. It's got everything in it. Just the default kind of fantasy stuff. All right. Neither the pineapple nor the banana phone established themselves as the funniest novelty phone. There's probably a shorter, funnier way to say that. Neither established themselves. It's probably shouldn't do that. Yeah, I was so impressed that they were able. That's why I backed that first blacklist set, and then with the second one, they came out with their own narrative solo game, miniatures game for it. I was wow, that's a great idea. But yeah, something went terribly wrong. Yeah. Yeah, I think that it's so cool to have that whole set of miniatures. Any generic, kind of fantasy thing you're running, you're going to have minis for. Just like those big sets of pawns that Paizo does. You've got minis that can pretty much represent anything that would come up in a scenario. Yeah, it's a good thing to have. And yeah, people just aren't willing to think very realistically about stuff. They're like, I paid for it and I deserve to get what I paid for. There's a lot of entitled, nonsense. Yeah, they're just not going to. I think this needs someplace where this would be hanging, right? Like this kind of thing. Yeah, people are just such spoiled children when it comes to a lot of this stuff. And it is, adults buying toys. So, of course, they're going to be assholes. Why would they not be? They're mentally, developmentally arrested. All right, let's eat some snacks. Uh-oh. Am I frozen? There we go. Sorry about that. A little freezing. Frozen in the convenience store. In your grocer's freezer section. All right. I think these are not going to key out too terribly bad. But we have... So Dodekai ramen, the baby star. So we looked at these before. These they're keying out a little bit on the thing. So they did 2 flavors of these baby star ramen, and these are baby stars, kind of the individual little like broken dried ramen bits, and the Dodekai are Dekai. Oh yeah, Dodekai are the more chips. They're kind of making, you can see kind of they're making a chip out of dried ramen noodles. And these are 2 flavors using 2 kind of old Japanese brands. So Hagoromo chicken, mayonnaise chicken, so chicken salad chicken, and Nozaki's maybe because it says corned beef, so maybe what is it, consomme beef flavor, like a beef broth flavor. So let's try both of these and see. Oh wait, there's a package. Yeah, so there is the thing that they're imitating there. So maybe like a chicken salad basically. Mayonnaise taste, and then this beef, whatever this is, beef consomme beef something, is a little container of that, the Nozaki's. So let's go with the beef first. So these are just going to be a flavoring, and actually, I don't have the experience of the original product, so it may be disturbing because I might be going for something that's actually kind of gross, kind of like a sweet or surprisingly strange flavor. Oh yeah, it smells like just like consomme, like beef bouillon, cubes kind of stuff. That might be what that is. It's like a concentrate. Sorry about all the noise for beef bouillon. So yeah, the little. These are so good. They're just little dried ramen chips. The flavor is really light. Like it's not like that really heavy Doritos powdery thing. Yeah, it's just very subtle beef bouillon flavor. Yeah, already so these aren't the best kind of neutral chips, I think, to flavor. Because once you toast the ramen like they do here, they already have a pretty strong flavor. So just a little bit of salt is enough. But yeah, this is interesting. Yeah, these are probably one of the more addictive, even more than potato chips. Snacks that you just keep shoving because they're so satisfying, like their crunchiness, and they're not greasy. They're just like a really dry roasted snack. Yeah, the flavor's not building up extremely at all. Nice. Yeah, if you can get your hands on some Baby Star, and they have the little Chinese boy. Is usually who represents the Baby Star snacks. But these are their Dodekai chips. So let's try the chicken mayonnaise. I think this could go a little wrong, because a chicken salad flavor does not sound great. But Hagoromo's chicken salad. Oh, wow. Wow. Yeah, that's just chicken salad. Chicken and mayonnaise smell weird. So maybe like similar to those chicken, consomme taste and mayonnaise. Maybe that flavor, that beef flavor matches too well. It's not so separate from the ramen noodle taste. This is very different, yeah, because it's got like a mayonnaise taste on top, so some kind of powder. Yeah, these are really weird, like a chicken salad flavor. These are weird. It smells exactly like mayonnaise, like if you opened a bottle of mayonnaise and, you know, or a jar and smelled the... So maybe vegetable oil and eggs are easy to simulate. Wow. Yeah, but still not overpowering. It's still not an overpowering taste. Yeah, these are so good. Wow. Yeah, I think I like the beef better. It's a better match, but this is interesting. I'm still trying to figure out... The chicken flavor is not there too heavily, but yeah, it is very mayo at the beginning. What funny, like, random things to choose to emulate. Yeah, maybe it's because, like, they own these products or whatever. Maybe they're products in their company group, so they don't have to pay, you know, a license fee or anything to do it. Oh, but they're advertising corned beef. Corned beef. What? Corned beef. Corned beef. It's not corned beef. It's not. Is it supposed to be corned beef? No way. Like hashed beef? I don't think so. Oh no, corned. Yeah, no, that's an R. Corned beef. It's just supposed to be corned beef. It's not. Yeah, that's not salty enough for corned beef. Wow. It's a corned beef. Corned beef. They don't put the D sound in there. Yeah, this is supposed to be corned beef. Sorry, not consommé, like not like a bouillon. It must be really mild. I'm used to, like, you know, corned beef being really salty, like really strong flavor. But see, this is more because I haven't tried the original. I don't know what the product this is based on. So a Japanese corned beef must be really mild. They don't want to make everybody in Japan hypertensive. It's corned beef, yeah. Corned beef JP if you want to find some recipe. I tried to put a URL for both of these. Oh yeah, it's not corned beef, or if it is, it's a, you know, a really mild Japanese version of it. But I like this taste much better. It's just not what it's trying to be. You know, my image. Yeah, corned beef is just, you know, so salty and so heavy. Yeah, very mayonnaise. So, very odd. Very odd. Just a corned beef and chicken salad, chicken mayo salad, baby star chips. Oh, and I saw these. I thought, yeah, this will be interesting because I don't want to do all chocolate or all gummy or whatever. So these are interesting. They don't say like limited version everywhere. Usually they'll put like a big thing just to, you know, kind of get you to buy it. Like time's running out. That it's a limited version. So maybe it's just a flavor they're trying. I think the only thing I've seen of these flavored before is maybe like a spicy version or something. But nothing, nothing like this. More to a specific product. Oh, look at that. That looks like a lot of ramen noodles. Yeah, weird. Very mayonnaise flavor. Sorry, they're so addictive. But corned beef. Yeah. I've never tried Japanese corned beef. A lot of the stuff where they try to emulate cured meats or Italian, you know, kind of prosciutto or the different types of, you know, cured and preserved beef and ham and stuff from Europe. It's very weak. It's very mild. And I think just because Japanese people are so easily hypertensive, they can't put a ton, they can't do the full curing thing where it's super salty. The sodium levels are just like kill everybody. So it's always really mild. Yeah, because if that is supposed to be corned beef, it is such a mild corned beef taste. Interesting. Wow. Well, that was pretty crazy, Baby Star. Some odd choices. All right. So, back at it. Collaboration with Report of the Week. That's right. I'm not well dressed enough to. Yeah, I love. My favorite thing is him doing the thumbnail. So maybe that's a really good idea. He knows that whatever frame you stay on the longest is, or you can just screen cap yourself, but it's probably what YouTube will pick for one of the thumbnails. So him just like holding the burger or whatever, like the chicken sandwich like this, long enough for it to become a default thumbnail for YouTube is so funny. Yeah, I've actually listened to him his shortwave radio show. The Report of the Week guy does a shortwave radio broadcast, and I don't think I could pick it up from Japan, but I could pick it up through the internet, like a shortwave receiver, like software based one, internet based, and it's really funny. Yeah, it's funny to hear his voice like coming over shortwave radio, the one you're used to hearing on YouTube, and he's got good, and maybe it's a lot of requests, but he's got good taste in music. Like the music he plays is very interesting, and I just love there's something still so magical about finding things on the radio and tuning things in, and when they're not completely clear, like the signal kind of goes in and out. There's something really magical still about that, and maybe because like traveling, like car trips and stuff in the US, you'd be using a little transistor radio and you'd just be trying to find something to listen to, and when you found it, it was just so amazing. Like that was such a magical thing to be like, wow, I found this music out of nowhere. It was just static, and now there's this song. And especially like late at night camping, I would love to find the old Art Bell broadcasts, like the coast to coast radio stuff, where they're talking about Sasquatch and UFO abduction and stuff. It's like, especially in the middle of the night, that stuff was so great. But yeah, there's still something that you can't capture. Like it's not. You can discover things on the internet and click on weird links and kind of dig through links on the internet. But there's something about how audio emerges from nothing when you're seeking it on a dial and a radio. That's still really magical. And TV doesn't even do that because it needs too much. It needs both sound and picture, and it's back in the days before digital TV, back in the days when you're like moving rabbit ears or moving an aerial around to try to get a better picture and sound, that still doesn't have that same magic, because this is channel 7. There's something on channel 7. I just have to find the right way to point this antenna to get the best picture and sound for channel 7. But with radio, and especially when you're traveling, you have no idea what's supposed to be where, and just to come across stuff is so fun. But I'm sure it's much more depressing now, because all of the middle of nowhere AM radio is all either super religious or super like conservative radio, conservative talk radio. But it used to be a really magical thing to discover stuff like that. Yeah. All right. But especially that was the frustrating thing if you're doing that in a car. You find something, you tune it in, and you keep moving, so it eventually goes out of range, and you lose it. So that was always frustrating, is before you finish something, you'd miss it. You'd miss the end of it, or it would fade away. All right. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I don't think anybody has the patience now to do that, to be like, try to find something. Yeah, we don't have the patience for that. And now, I mean, you can listen to radio all over the world, just on internet. Like so many people are putting those signals or those files on the internet, or streaming. I guess you can just like live stream audio straight to the internet. So most people are broadcasting, and it's really easy to get, and easy to get a hold of. But shortwave radio is very funny. It's a funny thing. Oh, all right. So 3 more. Are we going to do this? So this will be May 1st. Yeah, maybe we can do 3 more. So we'll do May 1st, 5th. What does that say? 1st, 6th and 8th. Yeah, that'll get us into May, at least still second week. So 3 more. Uh-oh, am I going to get all radio nostalgic? Oh, still. So, Abyss, you'd appreciate this. So, when I was homestaying in Sweden, I had a radio alarm clock that I would use to wake up in the morning. And I set it for 6 o'clock to wake up to go to school because I had kind of a long commute. And every morning, the first word I heard, the radio would come on, maybe a song was finishing because it was just perfect. Like the time for the radio or whatever, and they would announce the hour at the top of the hour. And in Swedish, the number 6 is just sex. So I would wake up and a voice would say sex on the radio, and then a song would play every morning. I think I've told that story before, but that's so funny. It's just like, okay, yeah, how can I not want to have a lot of girlfriends now? And every morning, the first thing I hear is sex. Yeah, that's so funny. The saying that, because they didn't even say, the full like klokken är or anything. They would just say the number. It wasn't like a sentence. It was just sex. And I don't know. I think it was like a rock station or something, but that was so funny. That was the creepiest possible way to announce the top of the hour. Oh, cassettes. Yeah. So yeah, this is a personal thing I go back to is cassette tapes. Yeah, it's just something about that sound. Yeah, because it always had that. They even started to do that noise reduction thing because tape has a hiss. It just, the technology itself, you're running it past a sound head and it has this inherent hiss to it. So yeah, that's like, it is so like that type of, just like the pops of a vinyl album, like the little dust and little, crackle of a vinyl album has its own unique thing. That tape hiss is so unique. But yeah, flipping it is always a pain. It's too funny. All right. Now maybe a little more vertical. Now this is looking, it's the wrong shape. Oh no, let's actually do one of those really silly long 80s deals with the speakers and the cassette in the middle. Yeah, let's do this. Maybe cut it short here. Yeah, the one with the, so this will be the handle. And then in front of the handle are all the buttons and everything. Yeah, the portability of cassette tapes. I don't think we realized how amazing that was because there were like ever since like the 60s, I think 50s or 60s, portable record players, and you'd probably only want to play like 45s on those. So you could bring to the beach or a party or somewhere. You could bring music, but most people just use the radio for portable music. But cassette tapes, really changed that because. And then once Sony did the Walkman in the late 70s, 80s, that was totally, cassette tapes were just amazing. After that point, all right, let's do like a set of buttons here. Yeah, that's right. This is a separate layer, so I can kind of move this around a little. Whoa, what was that? What was that? Oh no. Okay, this is what, 501. Let's close this and open it again. Yeah, some command to like shift everything. Let's close and reopen this. That's really weird. Some compass popped up, some compass symbol popped up, and then the whole thing rotated. Yeah, I have that all turned off on my tablet, so, or on my, drawing tablet. So I shouldn't have done that. That was weird. I was some weird, combination of keys I was leaning on. Okay, so this, these are still here. I'm gonna draw kind of wobbly looking. But yeah, it's funny. And I think since we're getting so detached from hardware now, like everything is a software solution, that we don't realize how much it's fucking up our connection with stuff. Or just it's different, everything is so disposable and so fragile too, because it can just be purged. That's too wide, isn't it? Yeah. Things, can be forever if they're digital on the internet, if they're duplicatable, but there is bit rot. Things do go away. They disappear. Because a lot of stuff that I've done, like websites that I worked for and stuff, are completely off the internet. They just don't even exist anymore. So there is a certain amount of bit rot. And I think that for the one big jump that was painful for me especially was when they killed Flash. When Adobe killed Flash, that's just like, oh shit. I had so much stuff that was based on based in Flash websites and all that good stuff. So that was really painful. That they were just like, yeah. And that means like Newgrounds and all of the game stuff, like early internet game stuff. It all has to be remade to work well. Okay, so let's do we'll do screens on top of here. And this will be in a separate layer so I can control the color of those. And maybe here. Yeah. There we go. And there's a big antenna. Let's give it that. Wait a minute. Let me see what angle. Yeah, I'll do the antenna this way. The big antenna coming off to try to pick up whatever you can. I don't know how many of these I broke. Frustratedly shoving it. The old antennas on radios would be telescoping. And so, of course, the thinner ones would be on the inside and be at the end. And if you just jammed it really hard, so there's a little kind of stopper, like a little plug thing at the end, either plastic or a flat like button. And if you just took the flat of your hand and just jammed it down and did it at the wrong angle or too hard, you could just bend the whole thing, and one of the thinner tubes would be bent, so the telescoping thing would stop working completely, and you just have a broken, bent antenna. I did that a lot. I don't know why. Just bad with angles, I think. That happened more than a few times. And you can replace those pretty easily, but yeah, I don't think I ever did. There we go. It's a little bigger than it would be. Nice. That is a nostalgia-packed drawing. Way too detailed for what I usually do, but oh well. Let's see here. Oh, okay. How about a... Speaking of 45s, we'll do, yeah, like a 45 record. I think I can do that all in color. There we go. Portable music. This will make the old fans on the website nostalgic too, I'm sure. So there's the color of, no, a little bit more red, brown, a little lighter. Yeah, a little bit lighter might work. There we go. And we'll just do the, I'm sure there's some, yeah, maybe we should do a really silly colored, I think mostly just like red or blue details. I think the buttons were white. And record was always red, right? Oops. Why am I always filling things in such small areas? Okay, let me turn this off and give me another layer and fill these with a dark gray that we can then lighten up a little bit. Just give us that. What? It should be... I guess it doesn't really... Yeah, maybe there. Yeah, there we go. Something like that. All right, back to color. And a lighter. Maybe this too. Oops. All right. Darker works. Yeah, I guess that'll let me contrast it. And then do some maybe bluish plastic. Oh, actually, let's go put this on the same level. And then turn this off and fill this in. Yeah, I'll put maybe some red little lettering and lines on there. There we go. Yeah, it looks kind of lost. All right. Nope. There we go. Okay, and yeah, I'll layer with some kind of weird red details. All the little treble noise reduction. Oh yeah, and all the your little fake meters on the side. 50%, 75%. Cool. All right. Oh, and yeah, let me try to get the label on the record. So let's do like a bright yellow. All right. Portable music. All right. Yeah, that should work. I think I can get this all looking close. Yeah, way too much detail, but I couldn't resist. It's too much fun, all that nostalgic, all the buttons and stuff. Yeah, I can't believe we don't even have there's not even hardware buttons on anything anymore. Why does everything suck? Not hard to guess. Oh, I need to make a red button, don't I? Let's do that for recording. So we'll call this will be the red button and the other will be pause. But I think these both need filled here. There we go. What? Oh, wait. That's right. I'm not on black yet. There it goes. There we are. Nice. Oh, yeah. 8 big fat D cells in the back of there. Yeah, yeah. Pour one out for Flash. That's right. That's a shame. It just was such bad technology. It's just such memory hungry bad technology. Yeah, that's nice. That's right. Disney's gonna make a whole movie about the anything they can cash in on. I can't believe they're doing a Toy Story 5. That whole gimmick is so played out. Okay, maybe another layer. Wait, what are you doing here? Oh. That's why, okay. Let's do this. Yeah. Up here. I'll just soften this. I just want this texture. To kind of be there. Yeah, just suggesting that metal grill. All right. So can we do, yeah, there we go. We can do that. And then this. Cool. Am I on eraser again? Oh, wait. No, I just don't have, oh, right. I was doing the speaker grills only. Yeah, maybe a little shininess, especially on the buttons. Yeah, this will give a little bit more metallic look. All right, yeah, this too. All right. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, that's always been, like, power source has always been the worst thing for anything portable. And we're still dealing with that now. The battery life is so bad on smartphones, and we're still suffering, from that shitty lack. So that was the one professor said that to me. That was really interesting. Like, the thing that we haven't solved and is going to make a huge, like, when you're talking about simulating life and AI and whatever, it's like, it's not possible at all until they solve the efficiency with which, like, biological, like animals and living things, how efficiently they convert food or, you know, whatever they process, like photosynthesis, or how food is digested in animals, is so insanely efficient, and you produce so much work from such a little amount of raw material that we're not going to even touch what life is capable of until they figure out how to match that kind of efficiency. And that's why we see all of the, you know, all of our technologies are such shit, because they, that's always the difficulty, is they can't process, you know, they're not energy efficient. The energy efficiency is just nowhere near where it needs to be. I'll bring that down as well. Oh, that doesn't look like writing, does it? It needs to be black. Okay. Maybe a little bit more shininess on the edge of the record. Yeah, but that's and you know, that's the whole big complaint, their whole big defense for AI too, is that it's so power hungry. We can produce these things that crunch a lot of data and do a lot of amazing things, but the energy required, we just do not have the energy supply systems, the energy efficiency of converting some raw material into work, you know, that we need. All right, that's why there'll be humans picking mangoes or whatever in fields forever, because machines are never going to get better at it. It's easier to exploit people, better to exploit people than it is to pay for broken down machines and that power those machines. All right, so what's the deal here? The exact moment. Oh, maybe this. This was, I have to make it a sentence. This was. Going to die. This was the exact moment portable music knew it was going to die. All the vinyl defenders will be there. Oh yes, that for blood would be kind of weird. That's right, that's right. I'm so hungry. Oh, the sun is nourishing me. That was the thing in that Superman trailer that was weird. I hadn't seen done before. I don't think they did that in like All-Star Superman or anything. I don't know if it's a new take or not, but Superman's all injured, and they put him in that chair and they magnify the sunlight and they hit him with the sunlight, and it's like painful for him to like be hit by that sunlight, but it's restoring him. But it's like this like agonizing thing. That's a weird version of Superman. It was like, I need the sun to heal. Oh, it burns, it burns. That'll make you weird. All right, let's do a... Oh, come on. A plastic... Okay, I don't... Whatever you're doing, don't do that. I just want a plastic line here. is that so much to ask? There we go. There we go. All right. Oh, it's getting so late. Okay, maybe this will be the last one. Holy shit. It's almost 7 o'clock here. Yeah, let me check and see what's going on. Maybe I'm okay for a little while. Oh yeah, I guess everybody's okay. I guess we got until 8, so not bad. Yeah, so I wonder what our next jump in like a power supply will be to make this all make more sense. Okay, yeah, we can do another one. Okay, this was the exact moment Portable Music knew it was going to die. Yeah, it's so funny that now people, for stories about, people on public transportation or whatever with Bluetooth speakers, like blasting their music from their phone. Like, ugh, it's so funny. What happened to Radio Raheem walking around with the giant boombox on his shoulder? Oh, what was it? 12D batteries. All right. What else we got? So we've got the portable music radio thing. Some pill bottles or jars. Yeah, wouldn't that be weird if they did figure out? I mean, I guess they're not going to improve humans, but yeah, if machines like needed human blood or something, they figure out some sort of biological process where they need to feed some sort of, something they can't figure out how to make perfectly, so they just take it from people. I need your blood for my lawnmower. All right. A series of strange bottles. All right. And maybe a tube. Yeah, the registration is off. A lot of my lines aren't connecting because the my pen registration is weird. It's not giving me the right angle. Yeah, I gotta reset that. It just adds to the wonkiness of the drawing. Yeah, a bit easier to make things connect that way. All right. A bias against tubes. I like this weird composition. Looks like a crime scene or a funeral. There we go. All right. Just some nice variety of... Oof. Yeah, forget that. Let's do something nicer than that. Yeah, so maybe I'll blow up the channel and put together a Gundam model. I just want to see. They did a couple versions of this new this new one, like a cheap one that was just like 1,000 yen, so like, you know, $7, $7.50 or whatever. And then they also did a so that's just stickers, and then they did one where it's the whole thing, because I guess the new model, it's the traditional, like the original Gundam model, but also a like a flight pack, or like a huge jet thing on its back with wings, with like it's called like it's like a mirror version or something, in some maybe new series they might be doing, or just some, you know, new take on it. But the one, it's two separate kits. They're both cheap, but it's all stickers. And then the high grade one, it's all plastic, like translucent plastic for the wings and stuff. It looks very cool. Yeah, but we'll see. I've got so much stuff I need to open on stream anyhow. Maybe that's I'm slowing myself down, getting in my own way as I do. All right, there we go. All right, so let's render these a little bit, and then let me put some labels on. Are you guys getting a bunch of mid-roll? I guess it depends on what channel you're watching. Mid-roll ads on the stream. I turned that off for the default setting for live streams, but I don't know if YouTube cares anymore. I think they just want to make their money, so you can tell them where you want to put your ads, and if it doesn't match how much money they want to make, they're like, sure, you can pretend you have control, but we're putting them where we want. All right. Cool. All right, and then a little white highlight, maybe to make things look a little... Well, you can't even see that. And then some labels, or just writing. And maybe I'll just use the... Whoa, okay now. The color from... And then here... All right, and then he'll have some yellow. And then bring that all down. All right. The sulking tube. Yeah, I have to do this with a mouse because often it smears it if I try to do a dot with a pen, or they're like the size of the eyes is like radically different depending on the pressure. Okay, let's put some drop shadows on there, and I think we're good. Wow, my terribly timed monthly stream. Yeah, it was definitely much easier to catch when it was weekly, and it was funny because, yeah, weekly be some regular people, but it would be different. It seemed like it was different every week. There we go. Oh, and that's also too, though, when I was doing it weekly, it wasn't. The time would always be a little bit off. Okay, anti-tubism. Dislike of tubes. Yeah, see, my typing is getting lazy because my texting, everything gets auto-corrected. So I can be sloppy with typing and it gets... Amongst the bottles, there was a distinct dislike of tubes. So he's not happy about this, I would imagine. Come on. The text tool. Really? You gonna give me the text tool? Amongst the bottles. Okay. A distinct dislike. Okay. What's going on here? There we go. Yeah, the check spelling thing is very random. Done. Let's delete this layer. Amongst the bottles, there was a distinct dislike of tubes. Okay. Amongst the recyclables, I think was one of my first cartoons. All right, last one. What are we doing? What are we doing? Oh yeah, Abyss. Yeah, you're right. The premium thing, the ad interruption is just maddening. Yeah, that was when we put together the actual play group. That was the thing I did because I didn't know if we'd generate any money or whatever. So to compensate the guys for like showing up every week and giving their time, I just set up a family account for YouTube Premium and then, just added all their accounts. So that helped. And both of them said that was a real game changer. You consume YouTube completely differently when you're not just like skipping ads and getting frustrated with all that stuff. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. That was the Matrix deal. Is they were using people as batteries. Yeah, because biological machines are so much more efficient, and if machines figure that out, they're so delicious. Yes. Oh yeah, no, the Gundam model, I won't have to. I mean, I think you can, but I probably won't paint it. I'll just do maybe lines, like marker lines, and it's got a lot of different colored plastic details and stuff, and then I think some decals. So it won't be a big painted thing, and it's only a little. It's only one of their little high grade, so it's like like 5 or 6 inches. It's not very massive kit. I'm sure that like inside the expo, the Osaka Expo in the Gundam Pavilion, they probably have like a $500 like super premium perfect grade kit that they're selling that all the Chinese will resell. But yeah, that premium YouTube thing is it pretty much makes YouTube television for you without commercials. It makes it a streaming platform instead of a weird ad assault of ads, because you can't really have it on in the background because I'm not sure if this is everywhere, but sometimes in Japan you'll hit an ad that's literally a 20-minute ad and it's skippable, but the full runtime if you leave it is 20 minutes. Like, that's not cool. I wonder how much they have to pay for that, or if that's if there's no requirement on what on runtime on skippable ads. But yeah, I remember just leaving things running and you just hear this like, what the hell am I listening to? And it was just a giant 10 or 20 minute ad running in the middle of whatever you were just listening to. Yeah, and the YouTube music is nice too, because they let you upload under a certain file size. They let you upload things so you can put audiobooks and stuff on there. And that's a nice way to back up audiobook collections and stuff, especially because Audible and no one's going to be nice about letting you have access to that collection unless you're paying them. Oh yeah, I was waiting for some deliveries, and the doorbell never rang, so I guess I'm not getting deliveries today. Yeah, because I rescheduled one from between 4 and 6. Weird. I hope they didn't just not ring the bell. I think it's working. I've got a doorbell. You've probably heard it on the stream. I've got a doorbell in here because the one that rings is on the second floor. Uh-oh, I'm doxing myself. I'm on the first floor. I'm on the ground floor. It's... To an open box. All right. So let's fill. Oh, they're on the same layer. Never mind. No, they're not. Let's fill this one so we can overlap. All right. So what was in the box? Oh, can I draw? I think, actually, I'm going to have to draw this in color. Let's see if I can do this. Try to draw a sprue, a plastic sprue. Or all right, and then some little flags, and then channels. Oh yeah, there's some connecting frame. Yeah, and let's do a blue one. Yeah, just since I've been collecting those Gundam kits, the technology is so fucking insane. Well, the earliest kits didn't even have LED lights in them. They had old, you know, those really old style kind of incandescent tiny bulbs. So they've changed so much because those tiny, like micro, I don't know that they're micro, but they're close. Those tiny LEDs, now you can light the hell out of them. And that was like what the holy grail was for the longest time, is a good way to do lights and stuff in, I can't see, in model kits. As soon as LEDs happen, yeah, because they don't get hot and they don't, you know, eat your batteries up. So you have to connect like to a 9-volt or something. Yeah. There we go. So the aftermath of a model kit. Oh, nice. Yeah, there's some really crazy IRL stuff. I haven't. Oh, this is a different, same layer. Haven't checked a lot of it out, but I was really enjoying one where some guy was just walking around like Japanese neighborhoods. It was just like, that's something I could do right now, but wow, it's so relaxing watching him do this and see all the little the funny little streets and everything in some small town in Japan. And of course a lot of people are walking around Tokyo and stuff, trying to pretend they're in Blade Runner or whatever. But yeah. Let's overlap them a bit. Yeah, there we go. All right, let's do a just steal some art here. Come on. There we go. Oh yeah, so this is the one that I'm thinking about putting together on the channel. So I like the yeah, so it's just the traditional, the RX-78 with a like a flight, oh, they're calling the feather unit, that's right. A feather unit on it, so it looks really fun to build. Okay, so first let's let's rotate this around and then shrink it down. I'm just going to put it on here. But of course all blurred and oh, actually, let me see how it fits. Yeah, because I got to keep it as a square. God, I can't see anything. The angle of this is really bad. All right. Oh, no. This is what I want to distort. I was wondering why that wasn't making any sense. Then I'll just blur the hell out of this so you can't really even read it. Yay, Expo version. And then some noise. There we go. Yay. Oh, I suppose I could just do that for every side as well. At least on this, save me some coloring. Nice, and one more. It's a very weird shape now. There we go. Then I'll just get rid of this. Ah, yes. Excitement. Come on. Give it to me. Where's my selection? There we are. All right, and then I'll render on top of that, but oh, I need to get some color on the box. And maybe try to I think the boxes are white now, but we'll just do it the kind of browner color. It's visually a little more interesting. And maybe merge these layers and then fade this up out a little bit. Yeah, so it can render on top of it. There we go. Maybe turn this off for a sec. Nice. Oh, sorry. Can't even see anything now. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, Jesus called to collected women. It turned out to be mainly, yeah. And the woman that got rich guys to, yeah, that's right. Yeah, she was pretty famous for how cheesy she was. Like, she was not, there's kind of a cult of youth in Japan. Oops. And so she was like in her 30s, but pretending to be, a young, super young girl, like a teenage girl, essentially. I think if it's the one I'm thinking of. But yeah, she definitely scammed a lot of guys. Yeah, it's a very interesting time we're in, where we're giving women so much control. I guess I'm going to have to... Oh, actually, no, I want this to be gray. Okay. Oof, yeah, the registration on this is starting to really drive me crazy. Okay, but this is where we can do this. Yeah. Come on. There we go. And let's make sure this is white on that layer as well. There we go. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Guess it's working, just not on top of there. Oh, is this not? I don't know. Weird. There we go. Yeah, that is the crazy thing, that a lot of women become prostitutes in Japan because they fall in love with basically a gigolo, a hostess or host bar guy. Yeah, and they give them that boyfriend experience, and I think they also do the same thing that strippers in America do. As soon as they think they've got your affection, they start talking about their sick mother and all the stuff they need money for. And so yeah, even women have that thing, that hero complex where they want to save the day for their poor boyfriend who's working so hard at the hostess or host bar. And really, yeah, the only way that women can make money fast is prostitution. So guys that they're getting the money, but they're not actually being pimps. They're just being happy when they're given money, and the women, or express some loyalty or something when they're given money. Let's move these sprues up here so that I can save myself some grief and just draw underneath them. Yeah, that is just, that doesn't make any sense. There are still kind of pimps in Japan, but for the most part, women will prostitute themselves if they are in love. Yeah, it's so crazy. Can you imagine proving your love by buying in front of a crowded bar full of women, other women competing for the same guy's affection, buying $10,000 bottles of champagne just to get a guy to say, "You're my number one," that night. Ugh. Yeah, that whole weird, adult hospitality business thing is so different here. And people are lonely on a very different scale. It's really odd, hard to understand. Yeah, something like that. And let's do some... Yeah, it's hard to make those look shiny. Okay. All we need are the eyes. Should this... Yeah, there we go. All right. This will soon show up on the channel. Maybe I'll just multi-stream like I do with this, the Gundam thing on both of the channels, like Abuse Cartoons, just to make everybody confused and frustrated. What is this? Why is this on this channel? What are you doing? Oh, geez. I undid an eye somehow. There we go. So, oh yeah, those don't need to have white on the middle. So let's see. They questioned their purpose. I'm saying it as a question. Yeah, let me, I don't like that at all, but let me erase these. Those just look like holes. Okay, so an important part of the model until the end. That's nothing. That's just nothing. Yes. So people over here hook up left and right, but are unable to maintain relationships because they do not understand what it's like to spend time together longer than is needed. Yeah. Oh, yeah. South Korea sounds very, very messed up. I mean, you literally have to have plastic surgery to get a job. You know, it's just like, it's crazy, the amount of stress and they're going to let you go at 40. Like that, most companies ideally want to force retirement on 40-year-old employees because they like the energy and the blind, loyalty of young workers. It's crazy. Okay. So they felt used, or they felt, shoot, what's going on? Once the model was built, maybe like a loss of purpose. Model was built, they all suffered from a lack of purpose. once they... Why do I keep doing that? Maybe I should plastic model. Does that help people understand what's going on? I've seen people make interesting storage boxes because, you know, the boxes that the sprues that hold the sprues are so much bigger than the actual model, but they came up with like this proportional system where you cut the box into thirds, the lid into thirds, and you kind of fold it in on itself, and then it's perfectly big enough to hold the completed model. That was pretty cool. Yeah, the hobby magazines around here are crazy inventive and creative. Once a plastic model was built, they also completed. Just kind of looking around. Plus, geez, oh man, lots of typos. They suffered. Yeah, I don't think I've got the blood sugar to do. What's the Kurtseg clip on South Korea explained that they are in a population death spiral, and there's no you know how a lot of European countries and a lot of places are protesting the pension, for pensions and stuff, austerity laws. There's nothing. Like South Korea has nothing, so that's why people leave in such great numbers. So if you're not working for Samsung or LG or whatever the 4 companies are, you're fucked. And there's no safety net. There's no social safety net or whatever. There's a lot of like elderly prostitution and stuff. Yeah, it's very fucked. Yeah, but Japan does have a huge population decrease, but they're not as racist and xenophobic as South Korea, so they may be able to start, building from an immigrant pool and starting to, turn things around. But I mean, this does not need to be a heavily populated country. It's a very tiny country, so if they could just figure out ways, economically to sustain themselves without population, that would be ideal. But I think they're in better shape than South Korea, that's for sure. Someone's plastic mask, but they all felt like garbage. Maybe let's do that. I don't like that. Yeah, that'll fit on one line too. Once the plastic model was completed, they all felt like garbage. Yeah, that's the thing. I saved so many of the because the box art is so amazing. Some of the boxes for the model kits, but I have to like flatten them so they can store more reasonably. But yeah, I love the illustrations for a lot of the Japanese plastic model kits. They're so gorgeous. You'll never get your models to look like that, but the illustrations are so gorgeous. They really do sell the designs. All right, they felt like garbage. I think we did it. Yeah, we're going to be 2 weeks into May. All right, well, before we go, let's take a look at the few comments remaining. Boom. On Go Comics. So this is the new redesign, the new slick redesign of Go Comics. And everything's nice and big. Now look how big my cartoon is. You remember how tiny it was in the window before? And I posted, what do you think? So is this the most recent? Yeah, this is the most recent. So April 10th. He was 2% juice, but somehow still 100% fun. And it doesn't. Oh, it says one comment. Okay, 100% fun because he pulled the wool over consumers' eyes. Yeah. Oh, I don't like the controls being only up there though. That's weird. And for April 8th, he hoped all the data he was losing would be joining him in the cloud. So a failing hard drive joke. One comment. Elman is still commenting. He had hope for a cloud to burst. Come on. There we go. Jeez. Slow enough? All right. And April 3rd, their best guess was that one of them had either lost or grown a handle. So yeah, what is the what's the norm? One or two handles? No comments on my sippy cup joke. April 1st, they were still determined to make an amazing cup of coffee with a broken handle and a bent spoon. I have a lot of mugs without handles. They still work perfectly, just like when they were first used in 1979. Nice. Thanks, Crazy Cat Lady. March 27th. She couldn't commit to buttering so much bread. Nothing. 25th. He had prepared himself for much rougher treatment because he was a brick. I think I drew these on stream. Yeah, no comments, nothing. March 20th, he struggled with a number of oranges crushed to death to make that much juice. March 18th, unlike digital ink, there was no undo for this mistake. Yeah, a lot of the stuff didn't make it. March 13th, the burnt-in screen was his only memory of better times. Oh, yeah, this went up on the old... This was up on the old previous design, and someone commented, why does it say Pong on there? We all know it's Pong. But that was the graphic that I found, and I thought it might need to help some people. yeah, there's all kinds of stuff missing. Because this had comments, too, about... beer martinis or something. She wasn't interested in anything he was capable of pouring. Oh, I should be liking these, remembering that I've actually seen them. Yeah, so maybe they've got a database of something they're trying to make work. But yeah, at least these 2025 are nice and sharp now. I uploaded the newer versions. But we'll see. And you can see by the... so if you look at that, how sharp that is, and then you go down. Oh, these aren't too bad. Oh, these are smaller though, aren't they? Wait, if I go bigger. Yeah, they're kind of fuzzy. Maybe you can't tell so well here, but they're a little bit fuzzy. Especially the text, you can see how fuzzy the text is. Yeah, but see, there's much sharper. Up-res diversion. So we'll see. We'll see if the comments come back. Make sure I remember. Oh, so much updating. Remember what we've looked at. Yeah, that'll be nice though. If the comments do come back, we can actually pick up where we left off. Looking at some of those. Uh-oh. What happened? The window just... Is it all restarting? What's happening? Did I accidentally hit the restart? Oh, maybe I hit the restart for Chrome. Yeah. I must have hit that. There's an update. There was an update pending. Let's get the hell out of here. There was an update pending on Chrome. I think I just restarted Chrome. Great. So I'll be back shortly to see your comments because I can't see shit now. Thank you, Chrome. Yes, please restore all the pages that you just suddenly closed. That was weird. All right. Well, thanks, Abyss, for hanging out. This was really fun. Hey, Vero. Oh no, Vero had a crazy ass nightmare. Was it you were watching a cartoon stream that would just never end? It went on for 4 hours. Oh, sorry. Don't log into my where the fuck is that? Oh yeah, don't log into my TurboTax. Oh yeah, now you know the email for you can hack away at my tax software. God damn it. Thank you, Chrome, for being so goddamn useless. Blah blah blah. I'm talking and whatever. All right, so time to change tax software. Yeah, that'll do it. But good. Nice to see you, Vero. Hope you're okay. Oh. No, it was a weird dream. Great. But yeah, so I think everything's still at least the best emoji ever. And so relevant to all of the things we do. All right. Yeah, so I'll keep checking and see if the comments come back, then we can go dig through some old ones. Yeah, it must be because they have, hundreds of cartoons on here that have all been like multiple decades of webcomic. So, yeah. Oh, cool. Yeah, April 15th came out. Okay, that's very good. So, yeah, it'll be working eventually. All right. But, yeah, everybody take care. I'll be back with Chris on Friday, and then we'll hopefully do some more Fallout, or I guess Thursday. Chris on Thursday night, North American time, Friday night for Fallout. But I hope you're doing okay, Vero. That's horrible to wake up from a crazy dream. I get a lot of those when I'm sleeping too late, like I'm sleeping too long. I think it's my body saying, get the hell out of bed. And it'll just give me like a really disturbing dream where I like force myself to wake up from it because it was so, god damn it. It was so disturbing. I'm going to close that fucking window. I can't find where am I looking here? I can't find the window with the chat in it. Why isn't this coming up? All right. Very weird. What's going on? This one. Oh, okay. It just opened it in the wrong monitor. That's why I couldn't find you guys. There we go. Oh, good. Snow White is going to be hunting you. All right. Oh yeah, and we're going to talk about Jeremy Crawford's out at what was it, at the coast? They got nobody with any experience working there now. Everyone's been hired post pandemic. Should be fun. All right. Yeah, and I'll read some of the comments on the Reforged, the Wildspire Realm Reforged crowdfunder, see how pissed off everybody is. But yeah, everybody take care, and we'll be back soon with more nonsense. But thanks for hanging out. This was a nice 4 nice 4-hour stream. So yeah, we got a lot done for this next month and the rest of April. So gocomics.com/domestic abuse if you want to read the rest of those and see their groovy new interface, comment free. And I will be back again with you soon with some more snacks and some more cartoons. So thanks everybody for hanging out. Sorry it's like such a random time that this shows up, but yeah, I appreciate you hanging out. Abyss, take care, and Vero, take care. Get some sleep. And we'll do this again soon. So have a good one, and take care. See you again. Goodbye.